Good evening. Alright, let's get to it. Oh, I gotta take some vitamins. That's what I need to do. Let's do that before I forget. Let's see. Horse pills. Oh, those are big vitamins. And they're pretty nasty tasting. Where are we going? Yeah. We know.
In a quarter mile, turn right. Turn right onto Orange Avenue.
Evening, Bob. Oh, I think the Indians won tonight. don't know. Should we question that? Just came from dinner. Left with a couple extra dollars. So, that was good. Just took my vitamins.
Turn left.
Lipe, evening.
Continue on East 22nd Street for half a mile.
Sorry, girl, you're wrong. Oh, I guess Florida's getting pretty hammered. Wonder how much of that rain we're gonna get. Ah, so wet up here, but not as wet as Florida. I think so. I had
1,000 feet, turn right onto Carnegie Avenue.
you guys weren't here. I had a almost a serious accident delivering last night. Yeah, Bob, I was watching some of it.
Turn right onto Carnegie Avenue.
See, girl, see, that GPS is wrong. Yeah, I made a delivery late last night, and I walk up to this house, and I got the a slip and fall accident. I've got
Turn left onto East 28th Street, then turn right onto Carnegie Avenue.
I've got the tacos in the left hand, the big flashlight in the right hand. Just a couple little steps in front of this house, right? And it's sandstone.
Continue on Cedar Avenue for half a mile.
And I saw that it was dark, but I didn't catch that it was covered in scum. It was covered in green, algae-like, mucky moss crap. I put one foot up on the first step, and it was like ice, just gone. I had my arm out like this, probably holding the bag, and I fell forward. My right knee slammed into, I don't know, maybe the second sidewalk, and this landed on the landing. And this didn't even get dirty, and I couldn't even believe that. My right knee is covered in green junk. But there's no damage. I put ice on it. It didn't even hurt, really. I let the customer know they better clean their damn steps. Yeah, all the decades of walking on ice, I've never done that on ice. You know, let alone doing it when I've been delivering. Yeah, damn lucky I'm in decent shape, and I caught myself. It's a good thing I had that. I probably would have put my arm out anyhow, but, you know, I landed on my forearm, on my left forearm, caught all my weight. But if not, I could have slammed my head into something, you know. I could have broke my kneecap, twisted my ankle. Holy crap. It's a good thing I'm in decent shape, I guess. Fair shape. Takes a licking and keeps on ticking. I've been meaning to put some pictures up. I took pictures right away. I messaged the customer right away. I kind of bitched at them, you know. Obviously, they never use the front steps because they just go in and out their garage door. you know, like so many people. I says, you better clean these damn steps. Says, not only will somebody else get hurt, but if you have to come running out that front door, you're going to be on your ass. That was slicker than... The only other place I've seen slick moss like that is when I've been climbing or in a creek on a rock. Anyway. What am I doing here? Good evening. This is Daniel. Your Dash Mart order is on the way. Oh, stop it with all the damn text messages. The redundancy is stifling. Oh, hello. Reality happens? Hello. Yep, I got lucky. Well, we're not in Euclid yet. Oh, maybe you're just saying your hometown's Euclid. Welcome to Cleveland. Where do you live now? Oh. You know, okay. Well, welcome back to the hood. We're going down Cedar Avenue right now. Cleveland Clinic on the left. How long since you've been back here? Gotcha. Yep. Oh, okay. So you're not like, I've got a lot of, I'm acquiring a lot of expat Clevelanders who haven't been here for like 20 years even. And they're just blown away by the stuff I show them. Okay. A little younger than this old fart. Ugh. Gosh, we made that light. I hate waiting for that light. It's like always red. Always. Well, we're going up Cedar Hill through Coventry Village. Okay, let's make some decisions. Who gets to go first? Oh, where's that hole? Missed that sewer lid, man. 2 of them there. Mama Santas. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one. I got a friend who seemed to love it, but I never did. Oh, excuse me. I was in Chicago twice last year making deliveries. First time I really got to do some Chicago stuff in my life, really. Slimans. Baba, yeah. I saw that. It said irreconcilable differences. Yes. Slimans. I've been meaning to go there, do a live stream, but I haven't had the energy to really go do that, I guess, let alone the money. Their sandwiches are not cheap. Coventry Village. I really should start looking at Twitch, I guess. I've been talking to some people. No, Baba. I've only done a few things in New York, you know. In Manhattan, I've done like barely anything compared to how much I did in Brooklyn last year. All right, where's those cough drops? I think I should take a cough drop. Yeah, I got to walk the whole river walk last year. Oh, he's in such a hurry. He's in such a hurry. Let's see if I can get around him. Oh, I missed my chance. Missed my chance to block him. Smarty. Yeah, I got to walk the whole river walk, do the Navy Pier. Come back up the Riverwalk on an e-bike. Spent time in Wicker Park. Did some good touristing. Hey, Carrie. Yeah, because I really haven't spent much time in Chicago. I always go way out west. Same with New York. I never spent a lot of time there. So last year I also got to New York twice, and I spent all my time mostly in Brooklyn. Learned a lot about Brooklyn. West side of Cleveland. Yeah, you can go back on my videos. The Chicago videos should be there a year ago. Lots of videos. I do fires, accidents, this kind of stuff. Walking tours. I just did 2 different little walking tours last week. Yeah, they're getting hammered right there. I've watched a bunch of different video and security cam footage from Fort Myers area. Well, Twitch is just friendlier for streaming. And it's been so long since I've done one on Twitch. I need to go live again. I think I can multicast from Twitch, which would allow me to still hit YouTube. I've got to look at it, but it's a friendlier, live streaming platform. And I wouldn't know until I tried, because I really haven't tried. Yeah, I was watching one video and you could see the water level rising. Prism. Yeah, it's been a while since I looked at it. I need to just sit and look at some of these other programs and spend some few hours, and I just haven't had the patience to do it yet. All right, where are we going? Somewhere way the hell out here. Well, at least I didn't pass it yet. All right, not too far. No, I haven't been using it that much because I'm not so sure it pays that well, honestly. Seeing what I made the other night. I'm not that impressed with it. Well, it's the only real way you'll know. Now that I'm in that app, for example, possibly if I were to move to another city, I could work there eventually. So there's many positives to getting into these things, because once you're in the door, you've gone through all those basic steps. You're way ahead of the other crowds trying to just get in. All right, where are we going here? I think I'm going the right way. Did I take the right split? Well, exactly, Baba. Yep. All right, where are we going here?
The customer requested you leave the order at their door. They added the following instructions. Leave at my door.
Oh. Okay, no slipping on the steps. Jesus, that was scary. You should have heard me yell. I almost tripped again. Damn freaking giant twig laying in the damn front sidewalk. Where's my headlamp? Where are we going? Okay. Where is my headlamp at? Where is the headlamp? Come on. Oh, there it is. I'm not getting out of the car without this thing unless it's a decently lit area. It's ridiculous. All right. Gotta turn around, dead end. Yeah, the Go Puff, it seems every time I've gone, you know, the few times I've gone, they give you like 3 or 4 drops, and they pay a flat rate for each one of those drops, and it all seems to be around $3.60. So they will guarantee you like a minimum of $10 an hour if you don't make that doing the drops. But that's shitty money. I can do better than that usually, you know, right here or in the other things that I do. And that's why I need to get Uber back. I mean, I'm sure the rates are different in other places, but you know, it's fairly simple though compared to delivering food. You know, it's way simpler, so you don't have that issue at all. Yeah, see, it's not that in Ohio yet. Ohio still isn't got a minimum, a good minimum wage. It's only $9.75, and it looks like our Republican governor is going to win again. The piece of crap he is. Poll just came out saying he's 20 points ahead of the Democratic challenger, and that's sad. I'm tired of his nonsense. All right, let's get out of my way so I can find my way into my lane here. Must have drove over a pop bottle. Scared the hell out of me. I don't know what I drove over. Anyway. Get rid of that. Still got one of my favorite deliveries, but don't know if I'd ever get it. I like going to Willard, Ohio. Haven't done that in a long time. Just a nice drive. What's the oh, there was some crap I read earlier pissing me off. What was it? Oh, yeah. So you might remember a month or so back, there was a 10-year-old who got raped in Ohio here and couldn't get services in the state, so they had to go to Indiana. And then the governor or the attorney general of Indiana was threatening the doctor over there, you know. Fuck these people. So 2 more pregnant children were raped and denied services in Ohio. And 2 cancer patients were denied an abortion and couldn't receive cancer treatment due to being pregnant. This is fucking madness, man. Just fucking madness. It's obscene. Self-righteous cucks messing with people's lives. They have no knowledge about. They don't care. What this? Oh, there's another big tropical storm out in the Atlantic. Look at that video. Yeah, there she is, churning up Florida. Landfall made. Now it's... Yeah, who knows how much it's going to stay together. Maybe it'll break up more. You never know with these things, which way... They say it's going to go straight north, but looks like it's going to go maybe straight across the whole panhandle. Be better for us. Sorry, Baba. I don't care if you get more rain. Nice. I guess that's a concert showing classical instruments that the Library of Congress owns. We got free fall concerts, Baba. Shut the car off. The store is busy waiting for your food. Excuse me. Yeah, 19, like 16, $19. That's what you really need as a minimum. I mean, I don't know how some people make it, especially if they got kids. My bills are actually quite minimal compared to most people, you know. I mean, I still got some debt, I need quite a few thousand to finish fixing the problems with my property. Excuse me. Tired of blowing my nose. Oh yeah, that'd be an awesome place. Churches. Where is it at? I didn't see what the location was. I didn't pay attention. So that's what I when I see stuff like that, any of the things that I'm interested in, I put them in my calendar, and hopefully it helps remind me to maybe go do them. I may not do any of them, but I try to remind myself. Put a couple alerts in before the event happens. I'll try, comma, FYI, I just found out at Taco Bell, they won't give you any extra sauces unless you order them. Cordell, can I get another barbecue sauce? He just messaged me. Thank you. Oh, toss it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, what am I doing here? I tried begging for a customer the other night and they just said, nope, no way. And I got your barbecue sauce. All right, where is he at? I'll be there pretty quick. I'll have my flashers on as I come back in there. A little back car. I think I might have delivered to this kid before. Can't remember. Seems like it might be the same name. Oops. Where's that road at? Where are we at? Oh, come on, you stupid map. Ugh. Jesus, stupid map. Where are we at? Oh. Damn map. Oh, not paying attention. Man, doesn't stay loaded. And then you lose your spot. That's the trouble with that map. Doesn't refresh quick enough. Green light, green light. Well, I got got the property tax thing out of the way for the month. It's a good thing I had the money, because not getting any help from the sister for probably a while. Alright, where's the front entrance at? Notre Dame College, liberal arts school. How you doing? Yes.
Thank you, thank you. That was fast.
I'm fast.
Thank you, that was real fast.
So yeah, tell your friends, if you order Taco Bell, order your extra stuff with the order. They won't give you anything.
Oh, okay.
Because he goes, it's inventory. They were nasty to me.
Oh, damn.
I mean, so it's like crazy. It's like, really that picky, you know?
Yeah, that's crazy. I appreciate it.
Yep.
You came real fast. I appreciate it.
You want to watch me? I drive around and live stream.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
What's the thing?
I'll show you here. Take a picture.
I got you.
Where are we at here? I'm on YouTube, but I might be switching to some other stuff.
Like Twitch?
I might try to use Twitch a little. It's a little friendlier for live streaming. I was on other platforms, but they've both gone. Twitter closed one of them, and then another one went under the bus. There we are.
I got you.
Shocking guy.
Okay, all right. I appreciate
My link tree's in the bio there. You know, it's all the same in the next page. You know, and my handle's the same everywhere. Shocking guy. I'm an electrician.
All right.
Take care. You want to learn about Cleveland, you follow me. All right. How do we get out of here? It's a dead end. All right. How far back can I go? That's about it, huh? 2 Catholic universities. Actually, is there 3 Catholic universities on the east side? Let me think. Notre Dame, John Carroll. Might be that other one. Can't think. All right, where are we at? Close that, close that. Done with that. Oh, I want to change. See where the heck we're at. So tired of all that crap. All right. What time is it now? Freaking phone won't even show me the time. There we go. All right. Yes, Dutchie. Hugs. You know what I was thinking, Dutchie? That place north of here. Ursuline College, yes. Too funny. You must have been getting vibration from me and decided this was the time to come into the discussion. When I say what time it is, yeah, I mean I'm talking to myself. Most a lot of times it's so overwhelmed, it won't show you the time at the top unless I move around a couple screens. It's just a pain in the butt. Then it pops back up. Because, you know, on the phone you're on, I can't see the time. It doesn't show it. Oh, there's a coyote. Or is that a fox? Oh, it's a fox. Oh, look at that big fox. I can't show you. Sorry, it's too dark. That's pretty cool. Or is it a coyote? No, that's a fox, I think. Oh, I got the big flashlight. Damn it, I'm too quick, too slow to show you guys. Oh, 15, okay. It's a good sized fox. He was, I don't know, maybe 20 inches tall. It's amazing how big they really can be. Let's see, we gotta go left. What does the fox say? I got the big flashlight in the car now. I can see anything. I can shine on anything now. Oh, and I don't even think the battery was that dead on it, because when I charged it, it didn't take that long to charge. I didn't even try to turn it on when I put it in the car. All right, cedar, okay. Oh, I just found out Sheetz has reasonably priced chocolate milk. $1.59 a pint. I was in one last night forever after I fell on my knee getting my next order. Yeah, they're you know, they're a very slinky little animal. Yep. Yeah, he was pretty tall. At first I thought it was a coyote, but I'm like, nah, it's too small for a coyote. They can be pretty big. I have not seen that many like really up close in daylight in my life. I think I see most of them at night. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Are they nocturnal? I don't know. Oh. All right, where do we gotta go? We're gonna make a left up here. Oh, Dutchie, the battery, that battery you sent me, it's not functioning now. It won't seem to take a charge. It seems, I think it's got a good warranty on it. I've been trying to do some research, figure out what's going on with it. I think, yeah, because I've been looking at trying to look at videos on YouTube about it, and I don't know if they have any customer support. I didn't look that up yet. Because it shows it's charging, but the pause on that thing as they are, looks like the toes never keep increasing as it charges. Something's goofy with it. Seems to hold a little power, but not proper. Going to Bar Louie. Nope, it doesn't have a mark on it. My other battery, man, that thing, I've dropped that thing so many times I couldn't even tell you. It works fine. And this brand has got a pretty good rep on the web from everything I see. I need a drink of water. Where is the water? All right, where are we going? Gotta get out of here first.
Head east.
Yeah, well, I know that. I gotta turn around here. I remember the first few times I came into this shopping district, it was so confusing. I'm like, who designed this? Still never been to the Cheesecake Factory.
Turn left onto Cedar Road.
Yes, yes. Come on. You were changing. Now you're changing.
Continue on Cedar Road for 1 mile.
That's Legacy Village. Strictly shopping, no housing. There is a hotel. That's right, we're going that way. Where are we going? It's all highway. Makes it even better. What exit is that? Oh, Lee Road. Okay.
In a quarter mile, use the right lane to take the I-271 south ramp to Columbus.
Yes, dear. Whatever you say, dear.
Use the right lane to take the I-271 south ramp. In a quarter mile, merge onto I-271 south.
Well, where else could I go? Directions like that are just ridiculous.
Continue on I-271 south for 4 miles.
On at this summit I told you about. One of them is Eric Bard. I think you know him by name, George. Eric Bard. He's the science advisor for Skinwalker Ranch.
Right.
Yeah, so Eric's going to be there, and so is Leo Rookby, who is the director of Robert Bigelow's Institute of Consciousness Studies. We're going to have a three-way conversation about alien consciousness, the same topic. And we're going to talk about a number of things, including the paper that we just talked about, Ballet and Davis's paper, where incommensurability means you can't communicate, you can't understand one another, right? And the odds are really high that aliens, in relation to humans, neither one of us can understand each other. And we try to comprehend each other by looking at things that we do understand. And so we think of aliens as little green men or grays or whatever. We think of their conveyances as flying saucers or whatever, UFOs, right? And yet, that may just be the mental constructs we use to try and understand them. And the reality is completely different because it doesn't make any sense to us. So we're trying to make sense of things that don't make any sense. So I think that we talk about this a lot. What's the bottom line? We don't have a bottom line. And if we did have a bottom line, we might not be able to understand it.
Good point. Next up, we've got Cornelius at Alexandria, Louisiana. Hello there, Cornelius.
Hey there, George and Paul. We both got biblical names there, Paul. I know you said you're a Mormon. I was military police, and I had a top secret clearance and stuff, and I guarded people, places, and things. Now, I know you're quite familiar with the ETs shutting down our missile silos and stuff like that.
Scary stuff. That they can do that is really scary.
Yeah, but I think that general was a Christian. And like I tell everybody, I'm a God, guns, and gold man, the Bible, bullets, and beans man. So I have a lot to do with prophecy and stuff. And I think these ETs are fallen angels. And this, I believe Christian General wanted to shut it down because it was a lot like soothsaying and all like that. Even though you're getting some good information, sometimes you get just gibberish and everything like that. But George, let me tell you something. What you were talking about, I believe, is our laser program, because we've been working with Israel to shoot lasers at these hypersonic missiles and stuff. So I think we can stop all these hypersonic missiles and everything from Russia or China.
Let's hope we can.
Yeah.
Hope we can. But, Paul, back to your remote viewing. Let's talk a little bit more about Jacques Vallée, of course. He's one of the giants in the field of ETs.
He is. Jacques is a wonderful guy, and to drop a name here, so to speak, we've actually talked about doing a remote viewing project on this. We haven't got around to figuring out exactly what we're going to do, but Jacques has been very much involved in the credible side of UFO research. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of folks who are into ufology, as we like to call it, or UAPs and stuff, that are, I'll be honest, there's some of them that are crackpots, right?
They fantasize about it.
Exactly. But then there are others who are absolutely credible, and Jacques is probably one of the most credible of all the credible ones, and he's been in this field forever. And I know you know, and maybe some of the folks out there also know that Jacques Vallée was the model for the French scientists in
Close Encounters.
the third time. Yep.
Right. The Frenchman whose name was Lecombe.
Cool, yeah. It was the actor was Marcel Truffaut, I think, if I'm not
Yeah, but
mistaken.
he played the part that would have been Jacques Vallée in real life.
Exactly right.
So is it an Android or an iOS watch? Is there no way to track it on your phone? Or make it beep or something? That's one of the reasons I have two phones. I can always call the one when I can't find it. My friend, when he can't find his phone at home, he just says, "Hey Alexa, call me." And Alexa calls him and he finds the phone. Since he doesn't have two phones, but he has Alexa. Oh. Zoom. Zoom, zoom.
Take exit 24 from the road. Take exit 24. In a quarter mile, turn left onto Lee Road. Turn left onto Lee Road.
Awesome sauce. Green light. That's the way to do it.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Friend Avenue.
Good evening. English only.
Turn right onto Friend Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn left onto Broadway Avenue.
Well, this is an interesting. I don't think I ever took this street. Not sure it's worth it, but it's a little cut through. But it's bumpy. Bumpy. Unless you're over here. Very bumpy. Well, maybe I've taken. I don't know if I've ever taken that before. You can teach an old dog new tricks sometimes. There's the police up there. Your DoorDash order will be there in a couple minutes. Thank you. Oh, there's a free toilet. Where are we at?
The customer requested you hand them the order. They added the following instructions. Hand it to me. I used to like going to Bar Louie. Now we're kind of out of the zone. Auto zone. Actually, to get back north, which I should go 131st or Lee. Which I should do. Where should I do it? I can't get on the highway there. Can I? Nope, can't get on the highway there. Turn around here. Dead end street. Let's go check out the used toilet, see if it's any good. Let me think here. How should I go? Go. Where are we? I don't know.
No, I wouldn't do that. That means you're front loaded, right? So in remote viewing, if you're going to do it right, you the viewer don't want to know what the target is, because then your left brain kicks in and it starts making stuff up. But what I might do is assign one of my remote viewers to do it, or maybe more than one, because then they're blind to the target, and then you can rely on the data they may produce.
What is easier to do? Remote view the future, the present, or the past?
Remote view the present and the past are equally easy. Remote viewing the future is the tough thing to do.
But it's important.
Well, it can be important, right? It's often important, but it doesn't necessarily mean you can do it successfully. The problem with, of course, remote viewing the future is it hasn't happened yet. And there are some people who think that we live in a block universe and the future is just as real as the present and the past. I think the evidence, particularly for remote viewing, shows that isn't true, because, generally speaking, remote viewing present and the past, you have pretty much equal level of success. If you're a well-trained, experienced remote viewer, I'd say roughly, and this is just a seat of the pants estimate, you're successful about 70% of the time.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That is good, considering you shouldn't be right at all. Right? But remote viewing the future, the success rate drops dramatically.
Do you still have to practice to stay on top of things with remote viewing?
It's interesting. When I have a long period of time when I haven't remote viewed, sometimes you have what we call the first time effect, where if you haven't done it a long time, the first time you do it turns out really good. But then the next few times your accuracy drops off dramatically. But if I stay in practice, usually the accuracy level stays up pretty well. Unfortunately, I have times when I'm not able to do that because of all the other things I have going on. In which case, if I need remote viewing done, then I get to hold of somebody who's in practice.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's go to Hubert in Bend, Oregon. Welcome to the program. Hi, Hubert.
Hi, guys. I'd like to give a couple examples and then see what you guys think.
Okay.
Hey, Dutchie.
In the Bible, God doesn't abduct or ego out on things, and don't the reptilians eat people? And isn't the Anunnaki trying to get back on the Earth, and them being aliens being demons per se?
Well, the Anunnaki generally have come from another planet that's supposed to be in our solar system. That's what I understand, Paul. How about you?
Well, I actually don't know what to make of the Anunnaki. Again, we don't have hard evidence on them. I'm more curious about the other questions. So I'm not sure what you mean by God abduct. How did you say that? What was your question again on that?
Like people, but like aliens do.
God doesn't abduct people, is that what you're saying? Well, I haven't seen anything in the Bible about God abducting people, unless you count of having them die. Of course, in a way, that's kind of the ultimate abduction, isn't it? You die and your spirit goes somewhere, and God has something to do with that. So I guess in a way that's kind of an abduction, but certainly not in the sense that we get, in the literature about alien abductions and stuff.
And what about reptilians eating people, Paul?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Actually, I've not heard anybody make that claim either. But if you think about it, if we assume there are reptilians, and they are really reptilian, the reptiles very often are carnivorous, so it's possible they might. I don't know. If they exist, possibly they do eat people. I don't know.
Let's go to Jeff, Santa Rosa, California. Hey, Jeff, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Hello, sir. How you guys doing?
Hi, good.
Great. I read two books by Michael Sella on the secret space program. One was published in 2015, the other one in 2017. And in one of those two books, he mentioned really briefly that there were ET androids walking amongst us on the Earth. He said his sources were military, and from the three whistleblowers, Michael Ralphie, Corey Good, and Randy Kramer, of which Kramer has a blog site with his email address on it. I gave the wrong one to Tommy. And I have been researching these androids before the book even came out for 10 years. And they're AI, androids with AI lodged in a human-looking container, and they have weapons fire that is a white light that kind of looks like liquid water as when they fire it, when it becomes visible. They use it for various things, communication, infiltrating into other people's and sucking up bio data and information wherever they can find it. And they're here about 1/7 of whatever the population of the Earth is. It's an ET military force. And I don't know if you can talk about it tonight. I have a hard time believing that you don't know about that kind of
Well, the
stuff.
first thing is, this is the first time I've heard about ET aliens, although, I mean, ET androids, although, it's not, if there are ETs amongst us, it's not that much harder to believe that there are ET androids amongst us, right? But I guess my main question, though, is where does the information for this come from? I'm puzzled because, you know, I've heard people talk a lot about aliens, extraterrestrials, UFOs, UAPs, whatever, and this is the first time I've ever heard anybody talk about it, and so I haven't actually seen any evidence for it either. Where does that information come from?
Are you talking about my information or the three whistleblowers? Because my information is...
Obviously, you don't know where they got their information. Where did you get your information, I guess, is the
No, it's
reasonable
hands-on
question.
experience when I started seeing their weapon systems blatantly deployed in front of my face, which sparked my curiosity and what are these things all about? And I've been researching them ever since. They're dangerous. They really are. I mean, they are not above demising people a little piece at a time, so it doesn't appear that it's traced back to a specific individual android.
He has had some difficult experiences there, Paul, but who knows?
Sounds like it.
What about cyborgs? Half human, half machine. What do you think of that?
Well, we're trying to do that right now, aren't we, as humans?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't, you know, and again, I don't know how successful that will end up being. I think that actually that's reasonably within the realm of possibility, given enough time and enough scientific advancement.
Oh, shoot.
You know, prosthetic arms and stuff that actually integrate with the nervous system of the human. They're playing around with that right now, and essentially
everybody's in my way.
for cyborgs. Right?
Just want to turn around.
Obviously, you can ramp it up, and
Everywhere I
don't know if we'll
go,
ever
I'm
have
blocked.
cyborg-style brains or brain implants, but that's not out of the realm of possibility either. Under
This used to be one crazy gas station. You could buy anything there, I think, at one time. Hey, Lucky. Good evening.
Possibility, but something about reptilian and God that really got my attention.
the question, yeah, that was one of a question one of the callers asked. Two questions actually. One was about God, the other was about reptilians, and I just don't really have much to say about it. You know, I don't have any answers to those questions. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, my question was, did I hear you correctly that it could be possible that God was reptilian or part reptilian, or did I completely misunderstand that?
No. That was there were two different questions. One was about God abducting people, and the other one was about reptilians eating people.
And then that question about, was Jesus an alien?
It was Jesus an extraterrestrial, right? And my answer was, yeah, Jesus was an extraterrestrial, but aren't we all, so to speak? So,
are you concerned, Paul, that if these ETs are coming here, that they're very nefarious?
well, I think certainly we need to be on our guard. The first question, or the first thing to think about is that if you're infiltrated by someone who doesn't disclose their presence and is trying to pretend like they're you, then already you start to have to wonder if they aren't up to no good. Why wouldn't they announce their presence? Why wouldn't they interact with us openly if they were here for an innocent reasons, right? In fact, if you think about it, in just a military situation, if you're in a war and the enemy puts on your uniforms and starts walking amongst you, you know they're up to no good. That's why you can actually shoot enemy soldiers who are dressed in your uniforms, is because they are very dangerous to your own security. And in a way, that's kind of what these aliens may be doing. Now, we don't want to necessarily shoot them unless they prove themselves to be bad, right? If we can even detect them. I mean, there are cases like, well, let's go to Star Trek, right? There's cases where Star Trek actors, in the Star Trek movies and TV shows, mingle amongst the aliens that they're with without disclosing who they are, and they have good intentions. But there's always a suspicion that if they're there and they're hiding themselves, there's a reason they're hiding themselves, and it may not be in our best interest.
Next up, we've got Joe in Monterey, California. Hello, Joseph. Go ahead.
Thank you, George, for taking my call. Well, I'm going to have to make this quick. We're running out of time.
You've got a clock. Good.
Paul, I'm a contactee. For many years, I have a lot of friends who are contactees. Star seeds, I think you are familiar with that expression.
Say it again?
Star seeds, I think you are familiar with that expression, that expression, star seeds.
I'm not clearly understanding the word. How do you spell it?
Star seeds.
Oh, star seed. Ah, yes, of course, yeah. Gotcha.
Okay. What I'm here to say is that, yes, they are terrified by us because of what we can do on their dimension. Which means that if there's a war going on, and there is a war going on the astral plane, and there are angels and there are human beings that fight alongside the angels, as well as positive ETs doing this as well. What I'm trying to say is, if we advance ourselves spiritually, we can rise beyond the dimension that they're on and fight downward, and that's like taking the high ground. Also, we gain certain abilities more advanced we are spiritually, not psychically, but spiritually. And yes, sometimes we develop psychic abilities as well, and we can develop psychic abilities at those levels. They are terrified of us because of this.
Uh-oh. That car's not supposed to be up on the tree lawn over there. That's not supposed to happen. Somebody's in some trouble. Yikes. You're not supposed to be on the tree lawn, especially on the opposite side of the street. Somebody's gonna probably get a ride tonight. I'm gonna go in here for a second, use the facilities. Since this side of town's hard to find facilities at night. And we were pretty close. Be right back out. All right. Oh, there's Fredo. Oh, Fredo. All right. Be right back. Stretch my legs for a few minutes. Ugh. Stupid phone locked up again. Damn battery. Oh, I actually ran into an old friend in there. Acquaintance. And over here, we got 4 cop cars now with this girl that's got her car on the wrong side of the road up on the curb. Don't know what's going on over there. It's bizarre. She's out of the car. They don't have her cuffed up or anything. You can hear her talking. She doesn't sound loaded or anything. It's pretty strange, whatever's going on. I'm always curious. What the heck? How did she do that? What's going on? But I'm not going to walk over there right now. It's very strange. Sounded like, when I listened for a second when I got out of the car, it sounded like they were going to let her have somebody drive the car, but they weren't going to let her drive the car. It's all very odd. I just don't get how you end up over there on a pretty clear night, no traffic. How are you on the wrong side of a 5-lane street?
Problems with that, David, is a lot of asteroids that go by planet Earth, we don't even know about it until it's already past us.
That's right. So they have a program to identify them. So the big ones, the really big ones, most of those are identified and they're tracking. But it's the smaller ones that can get by, but they can still do an enormous amount of damage. And so the programs are really, how do you find the smaller ones, and how do you find them in enough time to do something about it? Because if you found it and it was 30 days away from hitting Earth, like what they did in the movies when they said it was a life-extinguishing event, right?
Yeah.
And that you've got 30 days or 45 days, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And you may not even have rockets on the launch pad that could launch something to go up there and try to tackle it. So having a ready fleet of the impactors is part of planetary defense. And it's just, we're working on it, but it's like everything else in government. It's not there, and probably doesn't get there until there's a critical event where it really needs to be there. And kind of like in COVID, remember where they got rid of all the medical supplies in the emergency hospital facility, and then all of a sudden they needed them and they weren't there.
Well, one day this is going to happen for real, and they're going to have to do something about it, won't they?
Well, let's hope that what they got out of the DART mission really helps for that, and they did move it. So depending on what the item was made of, if it has come very close to the item, then its orbit changed, and so that tells them that they moved it, and then they can see how much they moved it, and then they can plot what that means if it was on an Earth trajectory. And if it's made of a different material, then the orbit of the item they hit will be different, and then they could tell what they would have to do to move that kind of material into a different orbit. So hopefully they'll get the information they need, and it will be a success all the way around. But boy, if you watched it zeroing in on the asteroid, and then wow,
it was dramatic.
Very dramatic, and it's 7 million miles away from Earth. So we got the signal back and the pictures back very, very quickly. And, the screen goes blank after everything's been smashed to smithereens. I mean, it couldn't have been a more perfect shot. So the crew did a really great job. It was launched in December, and, man, they nailed it. It, right smack in the center of it.
David, 65 million years ago, a 6-mile-wide asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. Could one that size be moved or deflected nowadays?
Probably, if you found it early enough, and I mean early enough, maybe 50
50 or 60 years out, you spotted it. And with the computers, you could plot when it would maybe intersect with Earth. And so even if it's 15, 20, 30, 40 years later, if you knew in advance where it was and it was going to happen, and you had an impactor that could nudge it just a tiny bit, then that tiny bit of change over 50 years would probably allow it to miss Earth by a good percentage and keep Earth safe. So the earlier you can find something like that, the better off you are.
Big time. David, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. David's website, thespaceshow.com, is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. When we come back, let's talk about NASA's Artemis 1 moon mission and get David's take on that.
The Coast website is streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Temperatures? Well, not if you're in the heating and cooling biz. Cooler weather means less work. So to keep my team busy, I'm making you an incredible deal. If you've got an older gas furnace, contact Mitchell's Magic for a mild weather gas furnace and credit deal and get a new system for as low as $47.92 a month. I'm only doing this for 54 people before October 1st, so the time is now. Get your mild weather gas furnace and credit deal at mitchellsmagic.com.
News at the top and bottom of the hour. Cleveland's News Radio, WTAM, 1100 AM, 106.9 FM, and on our radio.
Hurricane Ian, one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit the U.S., is barreling across Florida, threatening catastrophic flooding inland as it aims for the Atlantic coast.
We've seen vehicles gone. We've seen structures taken by the surge. So I can only imagine how bad it's going to be once we get out there.
ABC News meteorologist Ginger Z.
We were in the eye wall of Ian for 6 hours. That constant battering does incredible damage. Water and the power of it pushing onto land for that long is wild. And so that's really a big part. It was the stalling, slow moving over the really highly populated areas.
Storm surges of up to 6 feet expected in northeast Florida on Thursday. No deaths have been reported from Ian, but a boat carrying Cuban migrants sank in stormy weather east of Key West. The Coast Guard rescued 3 survivors. 4 others swam to an island just east of Key West. Richard Cantu, 80.
Everything I know about marijuana, I learned back when me and my friends had mullets. Yeah, I guess I got some catching up to do. And I'm curious about medical marijuana. It's legal in my state, I think. But is it right for me? Where can I get reliable, professional answers to my questions?
The answer to that question is Veriheal, VERIHEAL.com. Medical marijuana can be complicated, even confusing. You want trustworthy answers without jumping through hoops or waiting to see a doctor.
I'm a curious guy, but I'm a cautious guy too. I need trustworthy information, reliable answers to my questions. So Veriheal sounds good. Tell me more.
Veriheal.com is your single source for facts about medical marijuana and to pre-qualify online. Private and secure, quick and easy. Get started today with easy financing. VERIHEAL. Convenience is why we're here. Trust is why we're number 1. Veriheal.com.
It's a very special story.
So, financing? What do you need to finance? To buy your pot? I've heard everything now. What the heck what are they financing? What the hell kind of a thing is that? curious about that nonsense. I don't need any marijuana, but I'm curious. What are they financing? Hey, Steve. You just leaving on the east side, or are you already back on the west side? Wow, there's a hell of a deal. I'm gonna pull over up here for a few minutes. See if I get one of these deliveries. It's slow out here. Where's just got back. Yeah, gotcha. Oh, that, yeah. Well, I got one of these trips. Let's see which one I got. That one. Smile. All right. Approved. I am who I am. Yeah, I lost the other one. Yeah, all right. Well, guess we're driving. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's a little trip, but since it's dead out here, there's at least a little money while I'm on this side of town. It was a nice trip in Akron, but didn't get it.
Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie back with Dr. David Livingston as we talk about space. How is this space show going, David?
Well, we're in our 21st year, and last night I did the 3,931st show.
Good for you.
So it's going very, very nicely, and the guest wanted me to have a contest and auction off the 4,000th show, so I may think of something like that.
What's the best way for people to see and hear the program?
thespaceshow.com, www.thespaceshow.com, and that will get you to it and all of the archives and how to contact me and how to listen live and to live broadcasts like CoSIP, and then it's archived and put out on the podcasting services. All of that is there.
Good for you. They had a small fire near the Artemis moon mission space launch area yesterday. And not a big one, but the weather's been all bad and everything. This thing's getting delayed.
Well, it is, and it is the program of record to get us back to the moon. So, it shot its critics, and rightly so probably, but hopefully they will get it together. Now, I did read when they took it back to the VAV building, which is where they can take it apart and repair it and do this and that with it. But that's because of the hurricane. They are going to open it up and do some work in it. And they said that there's no way it'll be ready to launch before sometime in probably mid-November.
Wow.
So it's going to be delayed again, and hopefully they will get it off. It's been about 14 years in the making. It's cost $23 million, and a normal launch for this thing with its moon mission is about $4.1 billion. It's very, very costly. Probably not sustainable. But it is the way that NASA and Congress decided to take us back to the moon.
Explain what Artemis 1 is, what it looks like, David.
So Artemis is the mission to return to the moon. And Artemis 1 is the first flight, which is a test flight with no humans on board. So Artemis 1, which is the one we're talking about, and we want to see get launched, will go to the moon, and will go by the moon by about 1,000 miles, swing back around, and then return back to Earth. There's no part of the rocket that is reusable, not even the engines, nothing, even though they were reusable on the space shuttle. All of that is dumped into the ocean, and then the Orion capsule will come back and land in the ocean about 45 days later. So that's all a test mission, and Orion is loaded with instruments to help them make sure everything is working right and they're doing things right. Then missions Artemis 2, 3, 4, assuming that they actually go, will be missions going to the moon and eventually carrying crew to go to the moon. But this is strictly a test flight, and they've had problems. They've had the hydrogen leak in the valves.
That's right.
They have an abort system on it, and because they spent so much time with it, the batteries and the ingredients of the abort system expire. So they had to get a special approval to go ahead and use them because they think that everything is still good because it's not expired that much. But I don't know if they go back to the VAB like they did for the hurricane, and that they might go ahead and update the abort system because of that expiration date.
Well, we got to the moon with 50-year-old technology, David. Why does this one seem so difficult?
They took a lot more risk with Saturn V, as you know.
Sure.
They didn't do the kind of testing that they do today, and they had a reason to take risk, which was the Cold War and beating the Soviet Union to the moon, and then using that to make sure the world knew that the Western way of life was better and more science, more education, and help topple the totalitarian government. Well, that stuff doesn't exist anymore, and NASA's very, very risk averse. So, and this has been so long in the making that it just shows up with problems, and I think it's a complicated rocket, and it's way too costly, and it's when you look at what SpaceX is doing with Starship and the advantages of it and the way it's designed and how much is willing to test to destruction to learn how to make it better, and NASA has only one SLS. I think there may be some others on an assembly line someplace. They can't afford to lose it. And Musk will watch his rockets blow up in order to learn how to improve them and fix errors and
make another one.
Yeah, Musk is not risk averse. And so I think the risk averse attitude and the fact that they're recycling a lot of space shuttle technology and hardware, and they refit it to be on SLS. For example, they're using solid rocket boosters again. So the solid rocket boosters are a little different from the shuttle. They're 5 segments instead of 4, and they have a different chemical compound. But once you ignite them, you can't stop them. So they have to have an abort system with a crew jettison on it. So that's got its own propulsion system that it has to work with. Starship does not have an abort system, and the reason why is Musk said the statistics on using abort system are so low that they just don't happen, and it's not worth doing it. You're better off with redundancy and sensor and testing and testing and testing and making sure everything's going to work, rather than putting in the hardware and the expense and more complicated systems for a crew abort system.
Well, David, who's going to get back to the moon with astronauts first? Musk, Bezos, or NASA?
Well, Musk is going to the moon with a human lander that services Artemis. So if Musk gets astronauts to the moon, it's with Artemis. But the irony is, George, that Starship could fly directly to the moon and doesn't have to do what SLS does, which is go to the gateway and go to a halo orbit and all this other stuff, which just complicates everything and drums up the cost. But Starship is not planning to fly directly to the moon at this time, and Musk is making the human lander that would go from the gateway to the surface of the moon and then back again, because SLS and Orion can't go to the surface of the moon. So to the moon, I think NASA will prevail, and we will get there. Even if Artemis 1 gets delayed again and Artemis 2 gets delayed. Most people think Musk will go to Mars with people before NASA goes to Mars with people. And I think that's a pretty good bet.
Why aren't they really working in hand?
Well, they do. And Musk has given NASA tons and tons of credit for helping with the design and creating the Falcon rockets, which are so successful. And has often said he couldn't have done it without all the help and the assistance from NASA. And he is building the human lander for NASA. But Musk wants to go to Mars. That's his vision and his modus operandi. And NASA wants to go to the moon and learn how to live and work and play and do things on the moon. And then from the moon, go to Mars. And that halo orbit that I mentioned a few minutes ago makes it easier to go from the area of the moon to another place like Mars. But Musk wants to fly direct. He needs to do some orbital refueling. That technology has not been perfected yet, but he probably will get to Mars. That's his objective before NASA's ready to go to Mars.
What's going on with space tourism, David? Hotels and things like that?
Well, let's talk about, hotels. There are some companies that are trying to work on orbital construction of big structures. And one of them is Orbital Assembly Company. So what they're doing is trying to perfect their construction technology with terrestrial structures, and then move it out and evolve it out into learning how to do it in space. And so it's coming, but it's very, very slow, and we don't have vehicles for orbital tourism anyway, unless Musk wants to dedicate some SpaceX rockets and the Dragon capsule to do orbital tourism, and he hasn't really expressed a big interest in doing that, although he is doing that with a trip to make sort of a figure eight around the moon with that Japanese person who bought out the entire mission, and then have artists going on it. And I think that's supposed to happen next year or in 2024. But Musk doesn't have the big moon interest. But I think they do sort of work hand in hand, but they have different goals and different objectives. And Starship and SpaceX are so much more cost-effective and so much more productive that people are still calling for the cancellation of SLS. So that is an issue. Will NASA, if Starship is very, very successful, continue with SLS at an unbelievably high cost and its limitations, or will they cancel it downstream?
What about China? Where do they stand?
Well, they're further down the road, but the one thing about China is they're a totalitarian government, so they can allocate resources and timing and energy the way they want, and they don't have a Congress or anybody to object or oppose. So they usually accomplish what they set out to do. They are pretty good at doing things on time. They are starting to build bigger rockets, and they are introducing reusability into what they want to do. And their lunar plans are a little bit further down the road than Artemis lunar plans are. But they want to get there, and they want to go to the lunar South Pole. And people say we're not in a race with them, but then when you talk to people who know, and to national security specialists,
we are in a race with them because the group that gets there first, it's likely their culture that will prevail, or at least, be very, very important, and others will find that culture there. And the West does not want the Chinese culture to be predominant on the moon. And then they cite things like Taiwan and the South China Sea Islands, and other episodes of what they do with their minorities and things like that. And they say it's very important that even though we've already been to the moon, that we get there. And when we do Artemis, remember, it's a coalition of a lot of Western countries, and so it's not just the United States. It's a whole smorgasbord of partners, and more countries are signing on to it all the time as well. So it's kind of a race with Western culture and tradition versus China. But China has good technology and good engineering. They're building a space station right now. And, they're not to be taken lightly. And they do things online, and they accomplish their mission. But they also are callous, like they don't try to redirect their rocket stations coming back to Earth. And you've probably covered that. And, who knows where they're going to fall. And they may fall on a populated area, and they don't care. Whereas Western nations in the private sector, they direct and do their best to control and know where these stages of the rockets are going to fall, so they don't do any damage. It's a 180-degree difference in perspective, and China doesn't care about things like that. And if it comes in over your city, you might care too.
David, 50 years ago in December, we had our last manned moon mission with Apollo 17. Why did we stop?
Well, the conventional wisdom is that people were losing interest in the program. The television audiences had dropped down quite a bit. We were starting to deal more seriously with the Vietnam War and the issues of it, and the inflation and the Great Society and the economic conditions. And there wasn't a lot of interest in continuing to go. They had 3 Saturn V's ready to go, and Nixon canceled it all. And so, the space crowd people probably were pretty upset at the time. I know the school kids my age, and we were all upset. We wanted to go. The Saturn V's went to museums, and you can see them. They're amazing rockets, and they're in different museums around the country. And there's the conspiracy theories of why we stopped. So
we were told to by the ETs, right?
By the ETs, right? Yeah. And I suspect you can look at the data on the media and the TV audiences and the public opinion polls, and the interest was really dropping off.
Well, there's no question about that. David, we're going to take a quick break. Then we're going to come back and take phone calls with you. The lines are open. Jump aboard next.
Yeah, the Guardians won.
Show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I think it was extra innings. I don't remember. Let's try it this way. Oh, that's... I usually get out of the car, but I'm like, it's okay. I'll just do it this way. Thank you so much. All right. Oh, it won't let me do that, huh? Oh, come on. Oh, this stupid phone. That's good. I think I know where this goes. Yeah. Okay. Can we get out this way? We can. Downtown Euclid, Ohio. Oh, who was the guy from Euclid? Reality. Yeah, the Indians, you know, they've got this weird thing that they finish strong, you know. They don't start strong, but they finish strong. It seems to work for them. Well, it kind of is, Jacob. I mean, we're in Euclid. The city of Cleveland's like 75 square miles, you know, 350 or 70,000 people. The county, Cuyahoga County, is 1.2 million. But it's not what it was years ago, you know. Cleveland's biggest population was 900,000. then white flight started and things changed. Suburb of Lakewood has 60,000 now in 6 square miles. They used to be 75,000 at one time. The city of Parma, the white flight Slavic suburb, mostly Slavic, heavily Slavic, Polish, Hungarian. They had 100,000. It was, at one time, it was one of the biggest suburbs in the country. But it's all moved around now and migrated this way and that way, and it's all different. I mean, I thought the Bronx was big, and it is, but it's a different kind of big. It's 65 square miles. It's not as big as the city of Cleveland, but it's got 8 times the people. It's got 2.5 million people in the same space. In actually less space. What's this car doing here? Somebody getting out of the car. Okay. They having an argument. It's an odd place to get out of the car. Don't rub your eyes. All right, bumpy bumps here. Rebuilding the road. What time is it? 2 o'clock. I don't remember driving that far back. Huh. Oh, I feel a sneeze coming on. Oh, that cop's hiding way back there, isn't he? He hides way back off the road, man. Where are we going here? Oh, come on, map. Oh, there it is. This goofy ass driveway here. This got me once before. Be right back. Oh, come on, phone. Oh, what the heck? Where the heck is it? Oh, is it? It's right there. That's what I was looking for. What the heck is that? Where the heck is Huntsburg? That's way out in the boons. Let's see here. Where is this being picked up from? Bluestone Boulevard. Oh, that's like Amazon. That's paying pretty good money. I'm going to try and get this. Hello. I'm just going to sit here for a few minutes. See if we get something here.
Which is already operational for SpaceX. It certainly didn't have anything even close to Starship if they wanted to use Starship for something like that. So if they were going to do it today, it would be a lot different. Plus, that was built by astronauts, and now the direction is on everything being built and mostly used by advanced AI and robotics. So and 3D printing. So a lot of it would be very different and probably go a lot faster too.
Tony's other question was the conspiracy angle of the moon.
Well, I'm probably not the one to ask about that, Tony. I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but I think there's a lot of mysteries with a lot of things here on Earth as well. And I often think about it. I think it's hard to keep conspiracies as a conspiracy because almost everything has leaks in it. And so how do we not find something out after 30 years or 20 years or something? So I don't know, but I look for more natural explanations, but even that gets covered up. I think the UAP thing, the unidentified aerial phenomena stuff that's going on now, I don't know if there's conspiracies with it, Tony, but I don't think we're told the truth, and I don't understand why
not?
They can't tell us the truth. It's mind-boggling the lengths that government will go to conceal things or to mislead or to lie. We even saw that with the disclosures coming out recently with the COVID, vaccine and the FDA and hiding side effects and stuff like that. And then the freedom of information coming out. I don't understand why they have to do that. So should they not do it with the moon and space? I think one is an extension of the other. And I hope someday, Tony, we can find out the truth about some of this stuff. And I'm a big believer in extraterrestrial life. I think it is out there with all the exoplanets that are being discovered, and now the capability to see if there are biosignatures and life signatures in the atmosphere of the exoplanet. I'm hoping that science takes us to the point where it's going to be almost impossible for people in power and government to hide the truth from us. And I'm really hoping that happens. Whether it's conspiracy or just the natural growth of government, I can't tell you, Tony. Can't do it.
First time caller Laura in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Welcome to the show. Hi, Laura.
Hi, thank you, and it's very interesting, but I wanted to talk about the satellites and International Space Station is the cause of the traumatic hurricanes, even the killings, the COVID-19, tornadoes, because outer space is destroying planet Earth's atmosphere. The satellites and International Space Station is torturing planet Earth.
How so, though, Laura? How so?
Because of outer space. Outer space is coming in and causing all these traumatic catastrophes. Even the killings, I believe, is climate change and global warming. And you had a show about something down in San Diego, about they were seeing something there. That's all planet Earth.
Okay, she's on a different plane of existence there. Let's go down the hill. Oh, we got this offer? Oh. I didn't even hear the thing beep. How did I not hear a beep? We gotta stop here for a second. Alright, we gotta stop here. Drive into the country. Kind of worth it. Can't find much else at this hour, so it's a good time to do the drive. Nobody out here. I should have pulled over in the bank, huh? That's even better. Then I don't have to do anything weird. I got a bright light right here. Gotta take a selfie. Bingo. Just stealing some of those photons. Alright, come on. Do I have to take it again? Oh, gotta try again. Okay. I got better light now. What the hell? We got no internet. Jesus. What the frick? Oh, it's always something. Look at this phone. It's the phone company is what it is. We got no internet. Jesus. Come on. Oh, look at this nonsense. Is it going to work or not? Probably not. 4G. No L. Oh, okay, we got through. Okay, I like that one. All right, where do we go pick this up at here? Where am I at? Okay. Tungsten Road. Right over here on the left, where Euclid Square Mall used to be, is now a giant Amazon warehouse. That's where I smashed that finger. I've left my DNA in all the best places. All right, where is this place? We got a first time here. All right, where we gotta go here? Back here. Try this one. Okay. Oh, there's a train. Union Pacific. Yeah. Trying to figure out how to find these people. That's an employee entrance. Yeah, I just have to wait, I guess. And we'll just wait. Okay. Well, so much for this going fast. Oh, hello. Oh, Dutchie. You worked there? I worked there. First year it was open. I think it was 85. So I smashed this finger. Smashed 2 fingers. Hard to see. This one got the worst of it. Probably the most painful thing I ever felt. Where's that at? Oh, the gas station. Wonder what that is. Really? Yeah, I worked for the mall. Maintenance. Oh. Do you ever have the roof of your mouth like itch like mad? To me, that's an indicator of something going on. And I've got that going on. That's been happening this whole last few days. It's maddening. You can't rub your tongue hard enough. You can't scratch it. Oh yeah, where is that stuff? I wonder if I should take a Benadryl. That might help. It drives me crazy. That's a name I don't know. Never heard of that.
That's right. Have to do it when Mars is in our thing, so maybe you couldn't do it in under 3 years, even if you had faster.
Then Lecter's Housewares. I don't think I know either of those names. That's a lot of brain cells ago. Radio Shack. Excuse me. Your phone just rang. I didn't do it. Dutchie, do you want to inquire about that battery maybe to find out if they'll do anything about it? I still was going to try to look at a few more videos and maybe see if they had an 800 number, but I don't know. Let's see here. Got some time right now. Okay, she knows I'm here. That's good. I think she saw me. Because oh yeah,
actually, I looked hard, but you probably didn't see me.
Oh,
so I went round again, went to the other door.
Oh, I turned around for a minute because I was just sit here like this then so I can watch. Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay. All right, gotta go drive around the back of this big building. Yeah, I mean, they got a phone number here. I'll try to look it up later, you know, during the day. Maybe make a phone call, see what they say. Usually lithium ion, you don't have to run down. You just do whatever you want with them. I got a bunch of them, different sizes. Well, now I know. Oh, I see where we're going. Okay. Never really driven back in here. I didn't realize how many of these buildings are back here. Where are we going here? Probably right here. We're back. We're back. All right. What is with this? The Balbina Food Mart. 130th. The only place I can think of is it would be between Bel Air and Brook Park. Can't think of any other place. Maybe that would be. All right, now I gotta figure out where we're going. Huntsburg, Ohio. Holy crikes. I don't think I've ever been there. Maybe I have. Way the heck out. Alright, let's see here. What's the best way, I guess, huh? What's the map say? Wish I was doing this in the daylight. I like to see the country out there. We're not going to have daylight for a while. Come on, phone. Populate. This is quite a drive. There's an Amazon pickup there. Oh, I'm sure I could find it. All right, let me look at this map. What is this route? What route is that? Sheridan Road. Sheridan Road. I'd say you want to go for a ride, but I might be a little sick, so I don't know if you'd want to share a car with me. What city is that? That's downtown Sheridan. This is just on the other side of Sheridan.
Turn left onto East 260th Street.
Oh, exit. Let's go back here. Go back. Let's see what these other routes are. Again. It gives me 3 routes. .322 is Chagrin. That's Mayfield Road, sorry. Might as well just take Chardon Road. Just take 6 all the way out. Or go Chagrin Road. I don't know which one's quicker. It's probably the same. Let's see, so either go 6 through Chardon, or I go down and get on the highway and take Chagrin all the way out. I mean Mayfield all the way out. Which one do you think? Mayfield, Chesterland. Wonder which one would be a little quicker. I've got very, very good friends who live right there downtown. Lake 6 Squares, Castle. Yeah, we'll go through. All right, we'll just do this. We'll go this way. I don't know.
Head west on Bluestone Boulevard toward East 260th Street, then turn left onto East 260th Street.
Yeah, girl.
Turn left onto East 260th Street.
I didn't trip the damn signal, did I? Nope. I gotta back up here. Oh, really? Is this light even gonna change or what? This is ridiculous. Nothing's happening here. We don't have time for this.
Continue for 3/4 of a mile.
Not a car in sight and the light won't change. Well, I'll probably get out there and pass out for a few hours and maybe catch breakfast somewhere out there. We'll see. What? Oh, no, the other brush road, sorry. Up there. I knew that. It's Brush Avenue, not Brush Road. Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Look at the deer. What is in my way there? Oh, where's my big flashlight? Watch this. Oh, oh, there's the deer. Is that illegal? I think, is spotting deer illegal? Even to spot them? I don't know. Or it's illegal to hunt that way, I think. There's a nice sized buck. Turn left? Is that right?
Continue on US 6 East for 16 miles.
I think I've only driven that brush road a couple times in my life. Porsche Panamera. All right. Oh, look at that building going up there. What the heck is that? Big log kind of building. Wow. Fancy.
Time goes, but let me tell you something. We've learned so much more.
Turkey crossing. Okay.
It really bothers me that the average person is being brainwashed, thinking, and I'm a pharmacist as well, into thinking the only way to treat something is through these expensive, toxic side effect drugs. And that's why I did Dr. Ormdell's Herb Bible, to make people aware that there are some natural remedies that have been known for thousands, not hundreds, but thousands of years that work real well and don't have side effects, but have side benefits.
Absolutely. And I mean, you have been studying this now all your life. When we started doing the local show in St. Louis, there was that one first book. What was your very first book? What was that called?
The Vitamin Bible.
Vitamin Bible.
Called Dr. Earl Mandell's Vitamin Bible.
Exactly. You've updated it a little bit, but...
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I updated it since we talked, George, originally. I think I've updated it about 5 times.
Wow. I think I found you at a bookstore. And we tracked you down and had you on, and we've never stopped.
Well, I'm happy that there was bookstores in those days. It's really amazing how things have changed. Everything is electronic, and unfortunately, there's fewer and fewer bookstores.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. How did you get interested in all this?
Well, George, I'm a pharmacist, and another pharmacist and I opened a long-houred pharmacy. It was open from 9 in the morning until midnight, 7 days a week. So a typical weekend, I would work, of course, a lot younger, actually, 15 hours a day, and then get back to my apartment and get 2 or 3 calls all night. And I was in terrible shape. Terrible. And I seemed to be able to overcome the stress of what we were doing. I said, "What's your secret?" He said, "I take vitamins." And all of a sudden the old light bulb went on, because my mother would always give my father and I a vitamin supplement. But somehow I got out of the habit. So I started taking what he was taking, multiple B-complex, A mineral, and I felt so much better. It was unbelievable. Doctor gave starter samples to people coming in the pharmacy, and I haven't stopped, and that's, I hate to tell you how many decades that is.
There are 2 people who have been extremely influential in my personal life when it comes to supplementation. My mother and you.
Well, that's nice to hear, George. And I've heard this from people all around the world that, when I first started, it was, they were yelling and screaming at me, "You don't need this, you don't need that, and expensive urine." Now, 75 to 80% of people take supplements. And if you look at all the processed foods that have vitamins added, because there's such a lack in the diet, almost everyone is taking a supplement.
And what's so important about supplementation now, it's almost as if whatever ailment you might have, if you do your research, i.e. get your book and read it, you can find out a lot of remedies that'll help you.
Well, absolutely, but beyond and go farther than that, I feel that I think we could, this is going to sound wild, George, but if we had people take the right supplements and have a good diet, we could close half the hospitals in the country, because we wouldn't need them. We have become a nation of sickness-oriented people, and we don't focus on wellness at all. If you don't believe me, just watch television any particular day. The drug ads are just frightening.
And I'm going to, let me just use me as an example and have you give me some advice here.
Okay.
But I have not been vaccinated against COVID. And I'm not one of those mask people. I wore it when you had to, when during some of these mandatory moments.
Right.
But I have been in live events. I've been on airplanes. I have tested myself 3 times for COVID, and I keep coming up negative.
Good.
What am I doing right?
Well, you must be taking vitamin D3.
I'm taking D3, zinc, all of them.
Okay, well, let me tell you, if we're going to get everybody in the country that's over...
Yeah, I've been forgetting to take my D3. Oh, you're serious? Touchy. A friend of mine gave me one of those solar ones, and the solar doesn't work at all. It's a nice battery pack, but the solar doesn't work. But it has a nice flashlight. I'll try calling them tomorrow and see about if they, you know, or if you want to see if there's a way to return this old one, or if they'll send another one. A lot of times they'll just send another one. But I'll call their customer support number. Dutch 8. Oh. Save-A-Lot has on Lorraine Avenue has Amazon drop box pickup boxes. And actually, the Amazon hub on the west side on Madison, I think you can pick up stuff right there. I think you can. Oh, usually the way I go to Chardon is a little different than this, but this gets you there. All right, I will. But considering where I was at right now, it's not worth going the other way. That's if I'm on 90. Oh. "24 hours. Wonder which place. I wonder if that's a gas station. I wonder if that's that gas station. It's the only thing I can think that's 24 hours maybe over there. Anyway, you'll let me know where it is, right? Send me a text message. Or a Twitter message or something. Yes, I'm snacking. People tell me you can hear me snacking.
Well, that's nice to hear.
Is the edge of the convection zone, and it starts to rise up towards the outer edge of the sun, which is, it turns out to be the observe as the surface. And as the get to the surface, they start to cool down. They cool down, they then start to fall back down towards the core again, to the edge of the convection zone, down towards the tachocline. And these create huge big cells on the order of, hundreds of kilometers across, and we call these granulation cells. And these huge cells are what we actually start to see on the surface of the sun. If you're able to look at the...
I should have showed you guys. Looks like Lake Farm Park's got some cool lights. Maybe looked weird at night.
Reaching streaky, ethereal almost region of the solar atmosphere that stretches from the surface of the sun out into space, out towards the planets. And when we see it, and you can have a chance to see it during a solar eclipse, or by observing images from spacecraft or from ground-based observatories. When we look at the solar corona, it has a lot of structure. It looks like it's made up of individual lines, and those lines are lines of magnetic field that come from inside of the sun. And the reason that we can see them, because magnetic fields are invisible, but the corona is very hot and what we call ionized, which means that some of the atoms have their electrons stripped off because there's a lot of excess energy, and that means that the atoms have a charge.
Bunch of deer.
And they're attracted to
infinite.
Yep.
And could have no center anymore. He said that an infinite number of stars and planets were in the universe. So to him, there are as many suns as there are stars. And this statement was quite revolutionary at this time.
Thank you for that, all of you. And in part 2 of this forum from the BBC World Service, we'll be delving further into the ways in which the sun has shaped our lives through history, and how today our reliance on modern technology presents us with new challenges in terms of our relationship with the sun. That's after a short break, the BBC News.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the U.S. is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content. APM, American Public Media, with support from Raymond James, tailored wealth management, banking, and capital market solutions for clients' unique needs. Learn more at raymondjames.com.
Forum, more on the star that we call the Sun, and the work of modern science to understand it better and even harness its power. What is meant by sunspots and solar flares? And is there any future in solar geoengineering, reflecting back or harnessing the sun's rays to help tackle climate change? My three guests are still here, so do stay with us for more on the sun here on the Forum after the news summary.
BBC News, I'm John Shea. More than 2 million homes and businesses are without electricity as Hurricane Ian batters the US state of Florida with powerful winds and a huge storm surge, which has flooded communities along the southwest coast. Video footage showed floodwaters sweeping away cars and swamping homes. The British Prime Minister Liz Truss has defended her government's mini-budget, saying she'd had to take decisive action. Speaking to the BBC, Ms Truss said the measures were necessary to get the economy moving, but she conceded that growth wouldn't come immediately. Interest rates have risen and the value of the pound has fallen since the new measures were announced. A military court in Myanmar has given the deposed civilian leader Aung San Suu Kyi another 3-year prison sentence, this time for breaking the Official Secrets Act. She's now been sentenced to more than 20 years in jail on a range of charges. One of the last main suspects in the 1994 Rwandan genocide is due to go on trial at the UN tribunal in The Hague. Felicien Kabuga is charged with genocide and crimes against humanity. He's pleaded not guilty. A court in Zimbabwe is expected to deliver a verdict today in a case against the award-winning author and filmmaker Tsitsi Dangarembga. She was arrested 2 years ago alongside her friend Julie Barnes when the pair demonstrated on a largely deserted street. The American Vice President Kamala Harris is visiting South Korea, a day after North Korea conducted another banned missile test. After talks with the South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol in the capital Seoul, Ms Harris travelled to the heavily fortified demilitarized zone. And shares in the German luxury car maker Porsche have risen on their debut on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. It's Germany's biggest initial public offering in more than 25 years. And that's the latest BBC News.
Welcome back to the Forum on the BBC World Service with me, Bridget Kendall. The sun is our topic under discussion today, what we know about its inner workings and its effect on human history. Still with me are three expert guests, solar physicists Claire Raftery and Philip Judge, and philosopher Emma Karanini. If you're a regular listener to this programme, you may have heard an edition of the Forum on the planet Mars. There's also one on the history of the Moon, which you can find by visiting the collections page of the Forum website. All our programmes are available there to listen again to or to download for free. Just go to bbcworldservice.com/forum. Emma, we touched earlier on the enormous power that the sun has and how it generates heat and light. There have been attempts to harness that energy. I'm thinking of solar panels, but there are examples from earlier in history. Can you tell us about some of them?
One way was to use mirrors to reflect the sun's rays onto central points where those rays heated an object. For instance, we're told that the ancient Greek scientist Archimedes used this technique to burn Roman ships during the siege of Syracuse. Also, the famous Italian painter Leonardo da Vinci had imagined enormous mirrors of 6.5 square kilometers to heat the water of the city's industries. And at the time, they didn't have the technical means to build such a project, but he was a great visionary in that field. Today, solar panels are a more efficient way to harness the sun's energy. It's also much more versatile, but it is very recent in human history.
And this idea of controlling this...
Downtown Chardon, Ohio. Jaga Theater on your right, the town square on your left, along with the county courthouse. Fire department on the right, library to your left. And no, I've never been here before. Not much. Oh, stop sign. Hamden Township. All right, where do we go here? Oh, look at all those deer. Stay there. Stay to the right. Stay to the right. Didn't your mother tell you not to eat near the road?
A donut-shaped magnetic field, or a toroid is what we call it, back to a north-south magnetic field orientation that takes about 11 years, and that's what we call the sunspot cycle.
Phil, explain how this linked to the things that drop solar flares.
So, as Claire was mentioning, as these stressed magnetic fields, like the stress in an elastic band, these things poke out of the surface. These are indeed the acne spots that we mentioned at the beginning. This is one of the most intensely studied subjects in solar physics. We want to understand how this thing is relaxing to get back to a more happy state without the spot. So what's going on is the thing stores a lot of magnetic energy inside this twisting, gnarling thing, and then eventually there's a cutting of the magnetic field, and you get a ball of plasma that now is free and is riddled with this magnetic field to flow out into space along with this thing called the solar wind. At the moment of the energy release and the snapping and the release of, as this thing begins to stretch out like a teardrop and eventually snap off and go into space, you have what we don't understand really very well is at a solar surface then an extremely bright patch. Often in the biggest flares you get what's called a white light flare. This was the one in 1859 that got people's attention. And so what happens is the energy that is dissipated is somehow generated and sent down backwards into the atmosphere as part of this release of this plasmoid, this bubble, and radiates like crazy. And if you think about it, there is a certain number of watts per square centimeter coming out of the sun average. Very often these flares, just in the patches where the magnetic fields have been released from, exceed that number, so the sun is even brighter. The surface of the sun starts to look more like a hot star than a cool star. So these kind of sequence of events is what is the origin of what we call space weather on Earth.
And what impact does it have on Earth?
Some of the interesting impacts of space weather are that it can induce electric currents which can affect our global power grids. They can cause overloading of transformers. It can affect GPS signals. It can have an impact on radiation for airline industries. There are many different ways that it affects our life, and it's becoming more pertinent as technology becomes a bigger part of our everyday life. But in 1989, there was a wide-scale power outage across Quebec in Canada as a result of a solar storm. And there was an even more recent impact in 2017 during a series of hurricanes off the coast of the US and the Caribbean. There was a sequence of very large solar flares called X-class flares, which are some of the largest that we record. And those X-class flares impacted the first responders' ability to support people during the hurricanes, because the solar flares can impact the way in which radio signals pass through the Earth's atmosphere. So as the light from the sun reaches the Earth's atmosphere, it increases the ionization of the Earth's atmosphere, and that essentially changes the thickness of the Earth's atmosphere, and that impacts the way radio signals bounce through the atmosphere, especially the long-wave radio signals. So there are groups of amateur radio enthusiasts who typically support first responders during large disastrous events like the hurricanes, and they were unable to help because their radio signals were disturbed by the large solar flares happening. So space weather has all kinds of impacts across our lives, from rendering your cell phone map unreliable to impacting first responders to any number of different kinds of events.
And the sun's behaviour, after all, really does have the ability to affect all of us in quite profound ways, regardless of our background. And in that sense, Emma, history has shown us that some people have looked to the sun as a kind of symbol of egalitarianism, right?
We usually see the sun as only as a star, as a natural object from the standpoint of scientifics or stargazers. But the sun also has this social dimension, and it carries a lot of symbols. And one of the things I discovered when I was writing my book is that the sun was often related to the ideas of happiness and egalitarianism. We can clearly see that in utopias. Utopia is this Greek term which means an unreal place for those imaginary community, an ideal community where we want to live. And interestingly, many utopias directly refer to the sun. For instance, the Islands of the Sun of Jambulus, the City of the Sun by the famous philosopher of the 16th century, Tommaso Campanella, or the City of Heliopolis by Aristonicus. And each time, the sun seems this important condition of happiness. So I asked myself, why is that? And I thought that the sun each time appears as the guarantee of equality, because it is the first common good. It is free, it is accessible to all, and economists would say that it is a non-competitive good. That is, that the sun each one receives doesn't take away anything from my neighbor. So it reminds us how the sun is this profuse source of energy everyone can have access to.
One of the things that intrigues me as we talk throughout this program is how research into the sun is really a case of standing on the shoulders of giants, and there's so much more to find out.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff of the mighty Delta IV Heavy rocket with NASA's Parker Solar Probe, a daring mission to shed light on the mysteries of our closest star, the Sun.
That was a recording of a momentous moment in solar research, when with a blaze of light and an awe-inspiring thrust of power, NASA's Parker Solar Probe began its mission in 2018. Claire, tell us about some of the latest developments to study the sun from space and on the ground.
Your destination is on the right.
So, oop, that's not the entrance. That's just nothing. And I beeped that stupid horn again. Stupid ass steering wheel. Hate this. Hate it. It's very annoying. All done. And we're way out in the middle of nowhere. Oh, that paid really good. So it's kind of worth it. Something to do, right? Keep driving. Where is, blow my nose here. So I'll put you on silent. All right. Clarendon Township. Gotta add that to the map, right? Where is that? Right there.
In 600 feet, turn right onto Ohio 608 North. Turn right onto Ohio 608 North. Continue on Ohio 608 North for 2 miles.
Public Media. WKSU serves Northeast Ohio through HD and on WCPN Lorain, Cleveland 104.9, WKRW Worcester 89.3, WKRJ New Philadelphia 91.5, WKSV Thompson 89.1, and WNRK Norwalk 90.7.
This weekend, Brazil goes to the polls to elect a new president. On the ballot are the incumbent Jair Bolsonaro, a former army officer with solidly conservative views.
He had what many people thought of as extremist views on things like human rights, on the environment, on equality for women and men.
And Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, known almost universally as Lula, a fiery leftist who was Brazil's president from 2003 to 2010.
He had the ability to reach every single range of the population in Brazil, from the highest to the lowest income.
Their contrasting policies have polarized the country.
Brazil is more divided now than at any stage since it became a democracy in the late 1980s.
So this week on The Inquiry, we're asking, how can Brazil's next president unite the country?
BBC News, I'm John Shea. More than 2 million homes and businesses are without electricity as Hurricane Ian batters the U.S. state of Florida. Powerful winds and a huge storm surge have flooded communities along the southwest coast. Video footage from the cities of Naples and Fort Myers showed floodwaters sweeping away cars and swamping homes. Cheryl Doolin lives in Bradenton.
The storm is moving away from us, so we've gone through the worst. I mean, we were having over 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and it was sustained for hours. And my son went out into the back garden, and there's a very, very large limb from one of our oak trees, and he said he cannot believe how lucky we are, because if it hit the house, it would have taken out, like, the kitchen.
Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis has said he's asked President Biden to declare a major federal disaster. The British Prime Minister Liz Truss has defended her government's mini-budget, saying she'd had to take decisive action. Speaking to the BBC, Ms Truss said the measures, including sweeping tax cuts, were necessary to get the economy moving.
The important thing is that the British government acted to make sure that people are protected from these high energy costs, to make sure we're getting the economy going. And of course, a lot of the measures we've announced won't happen overnight. You know, we won't see the growth come through overnight, but what's important is that we're putting this country on a better trajectory for the long term.
The International Monetary Fund has raised concerns about new policies that have prompted a collapse in the value of the pound. The senior Treasury Minister, Chris Philp, has refused to accept that the British economy is in crisis. A military court in Myanmar has given the deposed civilian leader Aung San Suu Kyi another 3-year prison sentence, this time for breaking the Official Secrets Act. Her former advisor, the Australian economist Sean Turnell, was also given 3 years. One of the last main suspects in the 1994 Rwandan genocide is due to go on trial at the UN Tribunal in The Hague. Felicien Kabuga charged with genocide and crimes against humanity for his alleged once one of the richest men. Claude Katabuke is a genocide survivor.
He's accused of being the financier of the genocide. It's very important that the truth of what happened in the genocide is brought to light, and that way we, those of us who lost many of our family members, can get closure. So, and I think this is a very important trial because it will bring about so much truth that has not been explored, and maybe it will debunk also a bunch of lies that have been told.
This is the latest world news from the BBC. Shares in the German luxury car maker Porsche have risen on their debut on the Frankfurt Stock Exchange in what's been one of Europe's biggest flotations for years. Despite the current market turmoil, the share exceeded the final listing price, which valued the company at around $75 billion. Porsche's owner, Volkswagen, said the listing will give the company the funds to accelerate its move towards electrification. The court in Zimbabwe is expected to deliver a verdict today in a case against the award-winning author and filmmaker Tsitsi Dangarembga and her friend Julie Barnes. Shingai Nyoka reports from Harare.
2 years since the arrest and dozens of court appearances later, Langarempa, a Booker Prize nominee, and friend Julie Barnes will know their fate today. They're accused of inciting violence and breaching the peace for holding placards condemning a journalist's arrests and calling for social reforms on a largely deserted street. The prosecution argued that the protest was illegal and violated COVID lockdown regulations. The duo could face several years in jail if convicted. Rights groups have repeatedly called for the charges to be dropped and say the case shows the government's growing intolerance towards opponents.
The American Vice President Kamala Harris is visiting South Korea, a day after North Korea conducted another banned missile test. After talks with the South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol in the capital Seoul, Ms. Harris travels to the heavily fortified demilitarized zone which separates the North and South. The American rapper Coolio has died in Los Angeles at the age of 59. Coolio, whose real name was Artist Leon Ivy Jr., was a leading figure in the West Coast rap scene of the 1990s. He had a string of hits, including Gangsta's Paradise, which topped the US charts and won him a Grammy. He also had success as a producer and actor, and even published a cookery book based on his internet show Cooking with Coolio. BBC News.
Welcome to The Inquiry on the BBC World Service, with me, David Baker. Each week, one question, 4 expert witnesses, and an answer. This weekend, Brazil goes to the polls to elect its next president.
Yeah, that's sad about Coolio. I said he was at a friend's house, went to the bathroom, didn't come out, found him dead. Dude produced some pretty amazing music. Some massive lyrics. Chardon Town Square.
Continue on US 6 West for 11 miles. Head south, then turn right. Turn right toward Wilson Mills Road, then turn right onto Wilson Mills Road.
Oh, shush.
Head south. Head west toward Wilson Mills Road, then turn right onto Wilson Mills Road.
Oh my. What was I looking at here? Who called me? Oh. I called him, though. Oh, he must have called me back. Okay. Delete that. I should have tried to get that, damn it. Should have tried. Oh well. No deliveries now. All right, I'm gonna hang up. Gonna rest for a little bit. Say goodnight, Fredo. Good night. Bye. All right, thanks for hanging out. See you guys later. Like, subscribe, share, follow, hit the bell, all those things. Peace.